I'm going on with this, and I'm definitely going to get this thing done. We're going to start using the clay to bulk out the ears and underneath the back line, neckline. I have to put that into the into where let me show you what I did. I'll be mixing out here. I put my light out here so we can see my buckets and my bucket of water and my plaster down on the end. I've got my mixing bucket out there, and we're a ways from doing that though. We have to get the clay onto the dividing walls first. So I'm going to put you guys onto the camera. I got to try and put this in such a place where you guys will be able to see it. Zoom in a little bit. Now the problem is I only have one light because I need that light outside. I tried. So I have every light on I can possibly put on this thing right now. So once I have this head turned and facing me as I'm working, because I'm doing the backside first, you'll be able to see a little bit better. So let's focus in on the ear first. Actually, make sure you can see the ear and the bottom of the neck, because that's where I'll be working mainly with the clay. Once I get the ear in, we'll see how the rest goes in. Oops, there's one other thing I gotta do. Well, no, I don't have to do that until I have the I don't have to do that Vaseline on the mark. I put Vaseline all over the armature and on the wood and on my table a little bit, so this way any of the Ultra Cal 30 drips on there, it really doesn't like to stick to Vaseline, and I don't have to worry about it sticking permanently to my wood or my tabletop. It'll peel right up with a little spatula of some kind. So, all right, so let me share on Facebook. Let's go to custom corpses. Let me refresh. It should show that I'm live. Yes. Oh yeah, you can see that face pretty good. Even though it's in the shadows, it looks better on the camera than it does on the back of the. It looks better on screen than it does on the what do you call it? So let me share this to Facebook. Copy the link. Go to Facebook. I already had it up and going here. Paste. Post. And then I'm going to share it one more time. What is this? Close. Get out of my way. Share now to friends. Send in Messenger. Wow, man, why does this keep jumping like this? trying to send in Messenger. Oops. It's different. All right, so never mind. I'm not going to do that. All right, so. All right, let's go back to the. Yeah, I think so too, Pressman. I think we're on the money with this thing. It's really going to be a nice sculpture. What I'm doing right now, though, is I'm going to start packing out the ear. And all I'm going to do is take chunks of clay here. All right, I'm going to make worms. And this is pottery clay. I don't have any wet clay, so I'm going to make a ball first, and then I'll just make a worm of clay. All right, and we're just gonna, I just make a worm and I'm shaping it like the ear. I'm gonna flatten it out a little bit because I want it to have a little bit of bulk. And I'm gonna tuck it in here like this. And I really don't want to get anything inside this ear here. Now I'm gonna bring this a little closer to me, hold on. I got to make sure it's not, I got to take these glasses off, so I can't see with my glasses on, not that close. And I'm just putting the seam just on the other side of this ear. And I'll show it to you in a second. Ooh, I think with this pottery clay, I gotta keep a little water next to me because I need to keep my fingers wet. A little different than wet clay. Yes, it is. A little different. Just worried about this part of it first. Then I'm going to pack this out. I want to stick it out about to here, about right here. That's about as far out as I want to go with the clay. And I don't have to pack in that ear or any of that stuff because it's not really going to hold a lot of weight there. Just shaping this to kind of keep the contour straight. And don't want any just keep packing it out. I don't care about the front of it. I'm not trying to make this perfect in here. It doesn't matter because it's not the only thing that's getting the stone on is right here. So I'm just trying to make this nice and just trying to keep it simple, guys. Don't overdo it. Don't overthink this. This is only a dividing wall is what we're working on. And I'm working on the ears. I don't like using a ton of clay all the way around this thing because it's just a lot of extra work. Shaping the clay, you got to make sure it's nice and flat, you know. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We don't need to spend that much time. Flashing, you saw how fast that was on the last video. It didn't take long at all to do the flashing, other than cutting it and stuff, you know. So now what I'm saying is, like, you see I'm packing this out, but I'm not getting it into the ear at all. I'm not pushing too hard on there either, so it's going to come off pretty easy. I'm taking pieces about this big, that's all. Making little worms out of it. I already kind of know how big it is, so I'm just going to flatten it a little bit so I have a surface to actually push against. I don't want it, I'm flattening it this way as I'm shaping it, because then when I go to put it up here, it'll stick to it better. And the flashing actually gives it something to grab to. There's no flashing up on this end. So what I have to do now is bring it into here and just kind of fold that edge over onto that little seam where the two come together. And that'll help grab it. That'll make the clay stick together. And you kind of work back and forth, fill the hole. You don't want any holes, because that means the clay will get inside of that, and then it'll be hard to get out. Just wouldn't be a good mold. I'm actually close enough to the screen I can see. Yo, man, the Phillies are on. Pipe Master, go ahead and do your Phillies thing. You can always catch the video later, my friend. I'm just molding. You've seen me do this already, Pipe Master. But I got to show you the face. Look at this real quick. I got to show you the face. Look at the lips. Look how good I got these lips now, man. I nailed them. They look exactly, almost exactly. I'm going to say, hold on. There you go. They look good. They look real good. Yeah, this bad boy is going to be a nice sculpture. Can't wait. Can't wait to move on. Yeah, it's. I mean, when you're looking at it from this way and you're seeing what do you call it? We're on it. We are on it, man. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a really nice. This mold better not break on me. I have my dental stone out there along with my ultra cal, so that really should give me a nice hard mix. And I'll be able to really do a good job with this. I don't doubt it a little bit. And I'm going to go one more on the ear on this side, then I'll do the other ear, and then I got to start on the back side of the neck here. I might go all the way around. With the neck, because I can I'm going to do both halves tonight. I'm going to do it all at once. I really want to get it all done. So I jumped on a little earlier than 7:30 like I was planning on doing, because I wanted to make sure I gotta put some clay in here. I need it to be stable first. I need it to be stable before I can pile anything into that. This is my own method. I've never seen anybody do it the way I'm doing it here. I just find it easier, and actually a lot easier. So I can take this and I can push up to this point like this with this leftover clay that's in the front. Now I'm squeezing it. Now I'm squeezing the thick sides on the back sides of this and making it stick out a little further even. You know what I mean? So now it's actually bumping out as I squeeze this. And flattening it really nice. The one thing I forgot to grab that's behind me is my water bottle. Should have put it on here. That's as far out as I want to go with the dividing wall anyway. So that's that side. And what I'm going to do is I want to squirt a little water into that. Just a little moisture. My hands are filthy. Look at this clay. Like, it's not like wet clay. Wet clay definitely doesn't stick to you like this stuff does. So let me get my little water bottle. You know, might regret it, but I don't care. Let it dry a little bit. It'll be easier to manage. It's flat. Even if it hardens up, it don't matter because it's going to break right off on that monster clay. Yeah, this stuff's a little bit stiffer than wet clay, just a little bit stiffer. All right, so now we're going to work on this side. I think we got a really good mask here, guys. I do. I think it's going to be a good mask for everybody to try and get their hands on. I'm not patting myself on the back. I did a lot of work, a lot of retooling, a lot of listening to you guys. So, you know, hats off to you guys as well. I'm really, I can't wait to do this, to get it to where we're. I got to turn that so I can see it. This side's a little bit more difficult because of the and that's the seam. That's where the seam will be, right in here. So I got to make sure. Seam for the back of the ear. a little easier if I had my fingers wet. You know what, I can just grab a little water in one of these new pails that I have and just dip my fingers in it as I'm working this stuff. But I don't want to get the sculpture too wet here. Next piece. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, yeah, I am gonna put a little bit of a worm right on the back of the ear here. Time, because it's not where I want it to be yet. I want the seam to be right there, right on the back side of that ear, but just barely. I don't want the seam to be shoot. That's why it's a little harder, because this stuff is stiffer. Tried to pull away. I don't want to let clay on this piece of sheet metal. Got a lot of clay to put in here. Hoping I have enough in this bag, because I have more, but definitely don't want to touch your head with dirty hands, that's for sure. I'll flatten it out once I get one more, maybe two more, I don't know, I have to see. The ears aren't holding any weight at all. Everybody worries about weight. Here's the thing. As you're putting this, when you put the stone on here, each layer hardens. And once that initial first layer is hard, it's not going to put any weight on. Now it's frozen in its place. It doesn't matter how much you put on there. That first coat, once it hardens, the weight no longer matters. So, and one coat is not putting any weight on your sculpture at all. even if it is soft clay, it doesn't matter. It can be. That's why people get. That's why when you make a wet clay uh, uh, mold, you don't have to worry about wet clay. Wet clay is super soft. I think it's probably the softest in the business. It is the softest, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, so let me see where I'm at with that. Not quite there yet. I want to be a little bit thicker here. I want to be a little bit wider. Just one more. And then what I'll do is I'll really flatten everything out, and I'm going to add a little more clay to the back here. And I'm just flattening this out so it's like, and then I'll bend it the way I need it. And that's about right. Dummy, you got to have it facing you. And just pushing that clay over top of that seam. See what I'm doing here? Here, I'll show you. Just pushing it right into that, you know. Allows me to not have to worry about it coming apart as I'm doing it, as a matter of fact. And now I have enough. What I don't want is any holes. I don't want any holes getting into the and what I mean is holes inside the clay dividing wall, because if you have holes in there, you're going to have the clay or the stone going inside of it, and it just creates a jagged edge, and you don't want that. And so I'm going to put a little more in here. It just feels a little thin right there. See that crack in there? See that little seam where I put the two pieces of clay together? You don't want that to stay there. You want to make sure it's all smooth. Yeah, I don't think anybody uses the method that I'm using. At least I haven't found anybody that's doing what I'm doing here. I just think it's a good combination because it gives you a really nice flat dividing wall along with um, along with the clay ears, by doing the ears in clay, it saves you a lot of work trying to bend metal around those ears. And until I come up with figure out a way to don't mind me, I'm concentrating. I'm trying to look at this edge here and make sure my ear is not. Okay, so now I want to wet my fingers real quick. I want to get a pail of water. Give me a sec, guys, and I'll read your post. Yeah, I can't wait either, man. I really think it's going to be a good piece of art right here. Okay, yeah, that's about right. About the same distance and everything. Perfect. That's good for the ears, but I want to make sure that I, with my wet fingers, really smooth out this area here so there's no clay on the clay sculpture on the back of the ear, because that'll deform the ear. You don't want any clay on the back of that ear. So let me get a little bit of water in my new pail, just to wash my hands. Dries your hands out big time, man. You know what? This is so comfortable. I'm not going to have any problems over the winter. I'm not going to wait around for my sculpture. I'm not going to wait for spring this year. I'm going to keep right on working. I'm going to have all these masks done all winter, and then we will have a really. See what I'm doing now? See that stuff? This kind of clay is really nice with when you add water to it. It really smooths it out. Look at that. That's all I'm doing is just taking my finger and just wetting its surface a little bit. The clay's already kind of moist. It does dry out quicker. That's the only thing with this stuff, is it really dries fast. This is pottery clay. That's why it's white. I don't know if it's why it's white, but okay. I like the way that feels. Wait a minute. I don't know about back here. Okay. That feels good. Now, I see a little bit here where I touched it. Get that off of there. Definitely don't want to get no clay on my and now that I went back to this side, I can see where I need to throw a little more clay on the edges here. See, that's not a good idea because my fingers are wet. So we're going to put that right there. Push it in. Just going to make sure the seam is a little bit behind the ear. I don't want the seam in the front of the ear, like, you know, on the surface of the ear, so you can see it. I don't want that. I got a canvas tarp on my floor. Oh, I'm enjoying this, man. I'm not cold. I'm not hot. This is perfect. You know, in the summertime, I was sweating my butt off. Oh, this is just enjoyable. I'm in my nice, comfy couch. I call it my comfy couch. It's actually a chair, but it's a lift chair. It's my mother. My mother, she lived with me for the last 7 years or 4 years of her life, and she had one of these lift chairs, and I thought, you know, that would be great in my studio. So thank you, Mom. I have a bad back. I've told you guys that many a times. So it does help me a lot. It's the positioning. I have it leaning forward now. I have the lift chair leaning all the way forward, so it really helps my back. Okay, perfect. Now I just have to smooth it out, and I can start the neck. I just didn't have enough clay. Behind the ear. No holes. That works. Okay, on to the next. Now I won't Vaseline this up. I made the mistake of putting Vaseline all up in here the last time before I had the neck all packed out. And that wasn't a good idea. All right, what's going on? The stream is frozen. I bet it's my battery warning me. Okay, hold on. Sorry guys, hang on. Yep, I forgot to plug my phone in like a dumb ASS. All right, hold on. Battery's low. I'll just fix that real quick. I'm going to plug this thing in. And close. There we go, guys. I'm back. Sorry about that. Should be okay now. Sorry about that. You're back. I hope you're back. Yeah, you didn't miss much. I just made sure that the seam on the ear, on the back of the ear, was I forgot to plug the phone in, and my battery warning. Whenever the battery, it says, "Oh, you're down to 10% or 20%," when that flashes up, it stops the stream. Pain in the neck. So all I did was I smoothed out this area here. I made sure that the seam was a little bit, like right on the edge of the ear, a little bit behind, just like I did on this side. I don't want to see the okay. I don't want an edge sticking out. You know what? Let me double check that again. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, that's fine. So now we're going to start working on the neck. start working on the neck. And I'm just going to keep packing it in and packing it in until I get it where I want it. I don't need to go crazy with this. I'm not trying to push up underneath the neck too hard. I don't want to push up into the clay. I'm just trying to pack it in around the neck. You know what? Let's just do a... And you don't even have to push it all the way in. What you're just trying to do is create a little shelf here to catch the running down plaster. I can't wait, man. We're going to have this done pretty quick. I'm comfortable. I mean, I'm out of pain tonight for some reason. Not going to complain. Don't want to jinx myself here. I just want to make sure I'm up into that neck area real good. Get it up underneath of there real good. Might have to break into the new bag. That was a mistake. I should have packed it down low and then brought it up. Go low, then come up. I know that go on the other side, that's for sure. Because that helps support the little trough that I'm going to create around the neck. You'll see. We're going to create a trough in there so it catches the liquid, the plaster. Going to give you a general idea right here of what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do. I'm going to stay right in this spot instead of working my way all the way around, because then it will be time consuming and you won't really see what I'm trying to achieve. All right. So what we're trying to do here, we're going to make a gully in here. If you don't know what a gully is, you might have to look that up. No, I'm only kidding. Anyway, we're going to make a little gully, a little well, so when the plaster runs down, it gets caught up in here and it makes a nice thick wall for your neck. When you go to pour, you know, when you get the two halves together, you'll really have a nice, you'll see. I'm not explaining this too well. Sometimes it's better to just do it and you'll see it and stop trying to explain it. Make sure there's no leaks either when you're catching this plaster. See how I'm digging it? It's digging out in here. I'm actually creating a dent there so it catches, so it'll hold plaster. And what I do is I take my brush, and when it bellows up inside of there, I can just brush it back up onto the sculpture as the plaster thickens. If you know what I mean. I'm going to come out a little bit further with this though. Just a little bit further. About right there would be good. Now this area does hold a little bit of weight, not too much, but once, like I said, once that first coat hardens, then the clay no longer is the support. It doesn't support anything. Once the stone hardens, and here that first coat, it doesn't support anymore. It's locked. It ain't going nowhere. So just remember that when you get that first coat down and it's in and doesn't sag on you, then you're good. All right, that should be good there. Now we're just going to move around and keep working this side and that side. Keep packing this out. Yeah, pottery clay, man, really cheap. Hello, I got to read some comments here. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get my hands clean because I can't really grab my glasses with the clay all over my hands. And I can't see that well without the glasses. me clean my hands real quick. This clay is a mess. Very messy. Yeah, I don't care about my pants. I have old raggedy stuff on. You definitely don't want to. All right, let me read your comments, guys. Yeah, this is pottery clay that I'm using. It's cheap, real cheap. It's a lot. It's actually for, is it 50 pounds? It's $20 for 50 pounds. You know, for this pottery clay. I mean, you know, there's some people that have been asking to, you know, see this all done and how I do my my dividing wall. I don't think anybody else I've seen. I don't think I've seen anybody do it the way I do it. You guys tell me. Have you ever seen anybody do it this way? I don't think I have. I just came up with the idea because I was like, man, I blew through so much wet clay just by using the wet clay to do the dividing wall, the whole thing. And wet clay, I was like, oh, I don't want. I mean, wet clay's not that expensive, but it was also about the cleanup. There was a lot more cleanup having the whole thing in wet clay. You know, the dividing wall in wet clay. There's just so much more cleanup to it. And I'm like, yeah, what can we do? So it's decided to do the flashing. The flashing is great because you can do two things. It gives you a better, cleaner dividing wall, a very straight dividing wall compared to the wet clay. Unless you spend 2 hours just, you know, shaping your wet clay so it's really nice. I mean, I just don't have that kind of patience to be working on something like that. I find it annoying to spend time on dividing walls like that. I've seen people, oh, you know, you gotta really do a nice dividing wall, you know, and really spend a lot of time on it. I'm like, you know, I spend a lot of time on the sculpture. I don't want to spend time on the dividing wall. Yeah, you're right. Tectonic, you definitely blow through a lot more clay using making the entire dividing wall out of clay. But the other thing you do too, and you don't realize is the flashing is fast. Flashing is fast, man. It goes on fast. You seen what I did the other day when I did it. I think I had these sections of dividing walls done. I think the time that I spent was just cutting the flashing and then bending the keys. You know, you have to get a brake, a handheld brake. I have one. I'll show it to you when my hands are cleaner. I have it on the wall here. But, you know, it's just, I won't need to, I don't think I'll be able to, I won't need to put too much more around the base. I'm trying to avoid putting a lot of clay under the neck. I'm not trying to push it all the way up into the neck. I'm just trying to keep it on the outside of the neck. This way when I go to peel it off, it peels right off. If I got it all up inside of underneath of that neck, I'm going to have to peel that. It's just a lot harder to get out from underneath the neck. So we're not that far away to start putting the plaster on, guys. We're not far away at all. And I'm going to show you how to mix I'm definitely going to show one batch on how I mix my plaster out there, outside. I don't do it inside. Not in here, not plaster. I do the clay, that's dirty enough, but it's not that bad as long as I keep everything on the table. Yeah, I know you probably see me do this process a lot, but I keep getting people asking me, "Yo, man, how do you do the clay wall?" And I'm like, "Are you looking at my videos?" Here's the biggest problem, and it's not your guys' fault. I have to start putting my videos into playlist. I want to do that soon. Soon as I get through this mask ordeal, getting these masks done, I'm going to start really focusing on my channel and then editing the videos along with possibly putting playlists, like if I'm working on let's say we're sculpting, right? Instead of just calling it sculpting, I'm going to sculpting and say ears, nose, eyes, eyebrows, whatever I'm working on. I'm going to refine the videos and break them down, so now you can, when you go on the playlist and it's just sculpting, the sculpting part, I'll have it broke down: eyes, nose, ears, and there, however many videos I have that I've done doing those different things, even the retooling, it'll all be there. That's my goal. I really want to set the channel up nice so it's nice and easy for you guys to find the videos, and you'll be able to find them in the playlist section a lot easier once I have it broke down. Now, dividing wall. I'm going to have the video in the playlist as dividing wall. How to do a dividing wall. I've done a clay one, and then I've also done this flashing one. You can do either one, and you'll be able to, I'll break it down on exactly how I'm doing it. So that's always cool, I'm pretty much, this is about the last piece, how far out I want to go. What I'm doing is I'm pinching this and I'm pushing down into this and creating a well at the same time to capture and hold the plaster. Yeah, it is. You'll spend a lot of time, tectonic, making sure the wall's nice and clean. Knifing it, scraping it, however technique you decide to use to do the wall. To make a nice clean wall, to get it to be that flat, man, you're going to spend at least a couple hours on that wall. And I don't want to spend that kind of time doing a dividing wall, so that's why I started doing the flashing. Flashing doesn't take as long. Flashing, I had that flashing in place in probably an hour, half hour, I don't even know. I'd have to look back at the video, but you'll see that I didn't spend that much time on it. I didn't spend 2 hours just trying to make a smooth wall. By no means. I don't want to do that kind of extracurricular activity. I just want to get this thing started, you know, and I knew doing the flashing is definitely a home run. Um, the reason why I'm making sure that I have everything here is you don't want anything leaking through here, so you want to make sure it's all nice and tight. You know, and once this, like I said, once that first initial plaster hardens, this no longer supports anything because the weight of the plaster itself will be the supporting. Uh, the plaster itself will support the weight. So, a lot of people are like, well, not a lot of people. A couple of people asked me, it's like, you know, they're worried about using soft clay and then the plaster being too heavy. The only time you have to worry about that is using soft clay and then maybe hydrocal, because hydrocal, you can't layer it like you can ultracal. Ultracal, I put a coat on, I let it harden a little bit. You know, by the time I mix my next bucket, I put another coat on, and it's you know, it's just a better. I didn't get all the way over there. That was dumb. All right. No biggie. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. You guys can see this pretty good too, right? Now I'm going to start shaping this. I'm going to put a little chunk right here. And then I'm going to start wetting my fingers and really slipping it around the edge here. That's too much. So make sure there's no holes, because this is going to be, you want that clay that or stone to, the ultracal to sit in here, not leak through, because if it leaks through, then you're going to have all your stone running down your sculpture here. Okay. I think I'm going to wash my hands out in the big bucket because I can't get my whole hand in here. This was good for just, you know, making sure that I have nice smooth surface. And a little bit of clay up and underneath the neck, just a little bit right here, right in the back. little more clay right there. It's too thin. See how it moves real easy? Just want to make sure it holds a little bit of weight, because this is going to be watery plaster, and that's got some weight to it, but not a ton. That's pretty much done. I just want to smooth it a little bit. Only jagged edges on the neck area, because that's where alright, I don't have this side up high enough. You see how I got that? Man. Oh yeah, no, you can reuse the flashing with no problem. Um, yeah, you reuse the flashing over and over and over again. Just put a little, stick a drawer off the side and make sure all your flashing's right there. It's got the keys already bent into it. You just pull it right out. I'll show you. It's going to be so simple when you see this, because we're doing it all at once tonight. We're doing everything. I'm going to do this side, then that side. And because of the way I did my ears, I won't have a lot of mess to do out of the ears either. Okay, so it looks like we're pretty much there. You know, I forgot to get my spray bottle of water. Hold on. Reach behind me, and I want to put a little sprit of water in my bag of clay so it doesn't harden, because it's been open to the air. All right, just a little bit of water, not a lot. Well, that's what's left of the I used, well, you can see how much I used compared to what was in there. So I just tighten that sucker up, fold it down underneath, hammer that down. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to clean off any excess, like white stuff on the actual sculpture. So let's do this. Let's leave that like that. All right. Wetting my hands just a little bit. I don't want to rub too hard, because I don't want to take the texture off of the sculpture. You know, I just want to get some of this junk off the mask itself. Not have to be perfect. Just taking a little bit off, that's all. Wipe on my hand, dry finger. There you go. It's the bottom of the mask, so it's not that bad. It's just, that's why you don't want to put any clay. You don't want to get any clay up on top of up in here, touching it and everything. You got to keep your hands away from the clay. Trust me. All right, so it's like over here. Yeah, see, I got a little spot here. Look at this. I'm gonna wet my finger first. right on the pants or clothes or whatever you got on. Should have my smock on that I got from Alan Hops. Perfect. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. We're ready to start molding this sucker. Now, how do I want to do this? Okay, first of all, I'm going to take this outside. The clay is going to stay over here to my left. I want to turn this thing this way. All right. I'm going to put my mouse over here since I'm not using it anyway, because I'm talking to you instead of. All right, so now you can see the gully. See how it's shaped inside of here? That's so it captures anything that runs down off the head. And then you just brush it back up onto the head as this gets harder. That's how you do that. Now what I'm doing, I centered the sculpture onto the board. Now I need a chip brush. Oh, I gotta grab my chip brushes up top here. I'll worry about putting everything back after I'm done. All right, I gotta have two chip brushes, one for the plaster and one for the Vaseline. Okay. This will be for the plaster, the one with the plastic still on it. Now, the other thing that's nice is plaster doesn't stick to the metal. You don't have to release that. I use just a spray release on that. That's all I have to do. The metal's just like the metal is just like the, what do you call it? All right, so now I got these cheap chip brushes, and I just want to pull on any hairs that are loose in there. I want to make sure I pull them out. Pinch it and pull. All those loose hairs, get them out of there. You don't want them in there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to Vaseline this. My armature. I Vaseline up real good because I don't want plaster sticking to it, because it will stick to the armature badly. Now I like to just, because I don't like getting my Vaseline all real dirty, so what I do is I just put it with my finger on there. Then I'm going to do the surface of the wood, do what I can on here, surface of the wood. I'm going to try and put this on here and not really make a huge mess, you know what I mean? Just a cutting board is all I used, and that's because I want to, oops, that's interesting. I don't have to do the Vaseline on the front half because I'm not doing the front half yet. So I want to make sure I just do the back half. Now, I don't put Vaseline on my dividing wall ever because it's just too much, too thick. maybe a little bit on the table itself, around the edges of the table, just to keep from getting anything to where it sticks to it. I forgot to get rags. All right, so we want to make sure that we're buttered up on the sides real good. Anywhere's where the plaster might run down here, and make sure that I get it, the surface clean or vazzed up. A lot of people forget to do the Vaseline, and boy, do they pay. You don't forget that. This is one step you don't want to forget. I cake it on there pretty thick, the Vaseline, because with water and stuff running on it all the time, it just kind of loses its, you know. Oh yeah. Okay, we're pretty much ready. Now I'm going to use a spray release. And I'll keep my chip brush and Vaseline over here to my left. And clean my hands off real quick. Got my chip brush ready. I'm going to take the camera outside so you can see me do the mix. So you can see me do the actual the ratio, what you want to do with there's Ultra Cal and the dental powder. And I have to check something here. It looks like this thing got really bent over. It's just strange. Okay. Well, it's all right. Okay. Put it back. We're ready. Make sure I have the wood over top of where the... All right, so here's my mix. Now I'm going to take the camera outside. Joe Reese, looking at going to plastic molds. I get tired of those heavy stone molds. Hey man, I'm with you, Joe. I'm 60 years old. I don't want to do stone molds either, but I'll tell you, the plastic molds, the difference is when you're using plastic, the only way you can do a mask in a plastic mold is slush casting. And what I mean by slush casting is you put a little bit of latex into the plastic mold and you got to slush it around and get it on all the walls. And it's a time-consuming process that literally, it takes quite a bit of time and quite a few coats to make a thick mask, to make a fairly thick mask. You have to do it quite a few times. You slush, then you got to flip it over, put it on the, put it over top of your latex bucket, let it drain out, and then you do, you let it sit for like 10 minutes, and then you got to put more latex in there, slush it around again, and then, each coat, you got to wait like 15-20 minutes in between each coat too, so that's more time on top of each coat. I do what they call dwell casting. I make a 2-part mold, and then when I make my smaller version from my master copy, I make a 1-piece mold. That's a whole other process. But dwell casting, you just fill the whole thing up and let it sit for like 2 hours. Then you dump out the remaining into your bucket, let it drain out, and usually you'll end up with like a nice, for 2 hours, you'll end up like a little bit thicker than an 1/8 inch thick pull. And the other thing that's really nice about doing this, the dwell casting, is it's an even coat on your mask. Your mask is all even. It's a really nice. You don't have all these runs and thick one spot and thin on the other. It gets to be a pain in the neck doing a slush casting. So until they come up with an absorbing plastic, that's an interesting concept. Maybe I'll pitch that to Mitch. Come up with something that's a plastic that'll absorb moisture. It'll draw out the moisture just like the stone does with the latex. It draws out the moisture, and that's how you get your thickness in your latex mask. You can't go. A mask will not get any thicker than about an eighth inch. Doesn't go any thicker than that. Now you can make it thicker with slush casting because you can just keep layering it and layering it and layering it. But the thickest you can go with a dwell cast is about an eighth inch. Doesn't go any thicker than that. An eighth inch is an actually very thick mask. Very thick, very stiff. Yeah, I'm a fan of doing strictly. I like my what do you call it? I just like the dwell casting. So until they come up with a better way of doing plastic, I rather would just stick with the plaster and struggle with the weight. That's all there is to it. So yeah, it's just more work, a lot more time consuming. But on the other side of that coin, the plastic molds are light. They're not heavy at all. They're very light. So you can really, you're slush casting, it's nothing. You're only putting a little bit of latex in there and slopping it around so it's all over the walls, but you got to do it over and over and over again. You can spend a whole day slush casting one mask in a plastic mold. You really can. So with that said, let's get busy here. All right, so I'm going to grab this camera, we're going to take it outside, and we're going to start mixing up a batch of plaster, the first coat that goes over this. You guys are going to like this, I think. Okay, so that brush that I have laying right here on the side, that is for my plaster in my bucket when I get it mixed up. Okay, I'm going to take the camera outside. I already have it set up out here. I'm only going to do this one time for you on camera, so it's documented, and this way you guys can see how that's done. Okay, so I got my bucket set up, and I'm going to bring this. Hold on, I got to shrink this out. All right, now my plaster is down on the end. So what I'm going to do is I want to bring it so it's, let me jack this up. I don't want to go too high, but I need you to be able to see down inside the bucket. That's the thing. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is over here is my clean water. So let's do this first. Let's do this process first. I don't want to trip over my what do you call it? All right, so I have my bucket for my plaster, and as you can see on here, you have 32 ounces and 16 ounces. I want about 24 ounces, so it's falling right between these two lines is how much water I want. So I just take my clean water, and I'm pretty close. All right, so it doesn't have to be exact, but I want a little more. A little more than that. A little less. All right, that's about right. That's about where I want it. I'm a little crooked, but that's okay. All right, so now the next thing I got to do is over here on the end, I have my, in the same type of buckets, instead of moving the camera again, I'm gonna have to move the camera anyway, so what am I thinking? Hold on. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to, in here, I have my dental stone, all right? And in this bucket is my Ultra Cal 30, but let me show you. I'm gonna move the camera, all right? All right. All right, the bucket on the end is the Ultra Cal 30, and this bucket here is dental stone. You see the plastic. I keep the plastic in the dental stone because the dental stone is extremely hard and very it doesn't like moisture at all. And it's actually getting moist out here now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be taking 3 scoops from the Ultra Cal and 1 scoop of the dental powder. I have 2 little buckets that I use for scoopers. All right. And then what you're going to witness is I'm going to put the camera down here where the water is now. All right. And I'll tell you as I'm doing this, I'm going to sift in the Ultra Cal and the dental until I have the plaster dead even to the surface of the water. All right, so the first scoop is going to be an Ultra Cal scoop. All right, I want the Ultra Cal first. And then the next scoop is going to be the dental. And I'm only going to use 1 scoop of the dental. Now when I sift it in and I try to go evenly all the way around. Just keep sifting it in there. Now, this is real cold water. All right, 1 scoop of the Ultra Cal. Now I'm going to do 1 scoop of the dental. Now this stuff's, it's actually green. This stuff is so fine. But this is 18,000 PSI in strength. And whatever you do, hold your breath if the powder comes up into your face, because you don't want to breathe this into your lungs. You'll have concrete lungs. All right, that's enough dental. I'm not going to use the whole scoop in there. I'm starting to see that I'm coming close to the surface now. So now the rest is going to be Ultra Cal until I bring it up to the surface. This is roughly about 24 inches of water in a bucket. 24 ounces, I'm sorry. Now, the rest is Ultra Cal. And you see how it's starting to go on the surface? But you can't have it absorbing. I want to put enough stone in here where it's completely white on the surface. All right, now I'm going to spread that out with my fingers. It's a little deeper. There's a pile up. But I can see on the outside, it's still Now I'm going extra mile. Now it's all white. That's what we want. So it basically took 3 scoops. 1 scoop of dental and 3 scoops of. All right, now I moved that around a little bit, and that's going to be a nice thick consistency. All right, so I'm going to put the lids back onto the. Actually. Now what we're doing is we're letting it saturate for 3 to 5 minutes. I'm leaving that camera on there so you can see this thing. Oop, that's clean water. I don't want to do that. We want to see how it starts to absorb. All right. You see how it's cracking? See how it's starting to absorb and it's turning all gray and all that white powder's starting to get absorbed? I can't move on until that's fully absorbed. Ooh, that water's cold, baby. That's going to be a long working time. That's good. That's actually good for me. But you can see it. It's already starting to absorb all that powder. And this is a perfect mix right here. What I have just done is a perfect mix. It starts to crack like a lake bed effect. And I want to make sure everything there's no white powder left. It's all absorbed. Then I start mixing with my hand. We're going to do that in the house. I'm going to take the camera back inside after this absorbs. I'm going to take this pail and the camera back inside and then back focused on the project at hand. The next batch, I do the same thing, only I add burlap to the surface. Actually, no, I do 2 more batches. I do 1 more batch after this, just like this. I make 2 coats onto the head. Then I make a burlap batch and then 1 final coat. So there's 4 coats of plaster going on the sculpture altogether. See, it's almost completely absorbed. I can't see your comments right now. I'll read them as soon as we get in the house. But now you're seeing. See, now that is the perfect mix of Ultra Cal 30 with dental powder. And it's almost completely absorbed right in here. And I have a lot of working time because the water is very cold. I'm going to say that water's in 40 degree temperature, at least, because the outside temperature's in the 40s, low 40s. So, yeah, that's absorbed. Okay, let's get inside. That's absorbed. By the time I get seated and mix this by hand, and I want to get it refocused, and then I'll show you what I do with the way I Okay, back into the warmth. I love it. All right, you know what? I'll show you how I mix it too. Why not? All right, so that's fully absorbed. Fully absorbed. Okay, so I just stick my hand in there. I don't like wearing gloves because I can't feel the lumps. So what I do is I just go from the outside and I just start mixing it. Yeah, look at that dental powder. I can see it's all green. I might have to add a little less. But this will make the very surface very hard, the very first layer. And you always scrape the walls. And what you're trying to do is get all clumps out. You feel any clumps, you just squeeze them in your hand, and you just want to make sure you're scraping the bottom. Make sure you sweep the walls. Make sure there's no dry powder on the walls. This is almost mixed. It's perfect. So creamy. There's I don't feel any clumps in here at all. And that's because I let it saturate. That's the whole point. You don't want to add water to plaster, always plaster to the water. And the reason why is just for this reason. You don't want your plaster to get all clumped up and dry stuff. All right, I got to go outside and wash my hands into that bucket, a dirty bucket. Come on, door. Should have left it open. I forgot about the mixing part. Hands are clean. All right, you see that? Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, now now that's all mixed. That's nice. That's really nice. You see how it didn't take that long either. All right, so let's back the camera up. Put it back on the subject at hand. Okay. All right, I got my brush. I've got my plaster. And now I got to constantly take the plastic off of this. Let's pull off any kind of hairs or pollen. We don't want that getting into the especially when the plaster is right up against this surface. Whoops, almost forgot. Almost forgot. Got to put the spray release. All right, and this is this stuff. I'll show you right here. All right, this is called Polese 2300, made by Polytech. All right, you can get this as a release agent. See what it says on there? Release agent. All right, and that you spray even the walls. I'll show you. We're going to spray everywhere. All right, I need my glasses off. I got to be able to see now. It's kind of like it's almost like a little bit of an oily substance. I wonder what's in it. Now I'm supposed to let that dry for a good, few minutes, but I don't have the time because I don't know how much working time I'm going to have with this plaster. So I'm going to make sure I don't have my plaster dripping all over the places I don't want it dripping. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is, since it's pretty cold, the water's really cold, so I should have a lot of working time. But I want to make sure I get into the corners, all the details into here. And make sure I get into these areas here. You'll see that it doesn't want to really stick into these areas too well. But that'll change in a couple of minutes. And see how it's dripping down into the gully? It's all right, I just pull it right back up into the sculpture. Got to make sure you get it into those details, or you're going to have a nightmare time. See how it's breaking free on the head. You can see that it doesn't want to stick quite yet. But that's okay. It'll stick. It'll start sticking pretty soon. Main thing is get it onto the sculpture first and then worry about the walls, because you want to get, while it's nice and thin, the plaster, it moves better. It doesn't want to stick right away, but it's more, it doesn't get stiff on you. With this dental plaster, I'm not sure how much time I have. I don't know how much working time I have. I've never used this dental plaster before. It's a first. And I'm going to use less the next time I do this. It's a much denser and harder stone, which is okay with me. It's going to take longer to dwell cast a mask. Because the stone's not going to want to absorb right away. Yeah, it's starting to stick to the surface now, which is good. Getting a nice even coat. And really pay attention. Make sure there's no clay showing through anywhere. Once I get it to where it's like, starting to really stick to this thing, I'm going to also make sure you're brushing and you're, scraping those walls, keeping that plaster moving inside your bucket, because it will stiffen up on you, even though the other stuff is, even though that it's not quite cured time yet. Even if it slides off of that wall, it's not going to matter. Once it really starts to stiffen, it won't slide no more. Right now it's real runny. I'm just dripping it on there right now because it's starting to thicken up. I can feel it. I always do the back half first because I like to lay the sculpture down on the back of the head when I do the front half. I just think it's a better way to do it. I don't like to try and get all the details on the front of that face. And now I'm pulling from the well and just pulling it back up onto the sculpture as as the stuff starts to stiffen. It'll even get stiffer than this, a lot stiffer. So I just keep working that plaster on there. Do not hesitate, keep working it, because I got quite a bit of plaster in this bucket. And you definitely want your mold at least 1.5 inches thick to 2 inches. I would say 1.5 inches in thickness, because you want your it has to absorb moisture, and that's what. Oops. See, that's exactly why I greased up the outside, because that just overran a little bit onto the. Read your comments. I see you got dental. Yes, I did. I got the dental plaster. I wanted that because I wanted to make sure that I didn't have this thing breaking apart like I did the last one. And this first coat is really going to make a big difference. It keeps those walls from breaking. Now, dental plaster is not cheap. 50 pounds of that. No, I got 25 pounds. 25 pounds of this green dye dental plaster. It was $75, something like that. 70 or $80, I forget exactly, but I know it was over 70 for 25 pounds, which is, I'm just kind of mixing my bucket here. I want to make sure the stuff stays mixed on the bottom, doesn't settle the bottom. Yeah, see, it's starting to thicken up now. I want to get it all on there. See, as this thickens, it sticks to the wall a little better on the metal. I just keep putting it on there until it stops, until it sticks. I'm getting to that point. I'm not pushing hard on this, so don't get it twisted. You gotta remember, you don't want to over push onto your sculpture with your brushes, especially if you have a softer clay. Now this clay won't be affected too much because it's a hard clay. just really trying to get that first coat on here where it needs to be. It needs to be everywhere. And you got to make sure you don't get any air bubbles, because that could be a disaster for you. Yeah, now see, it's starting to stick. I'm pulling it up and it's not running like it was. That's what I'm looking for. That means my bucket time's not, I don't have too much left in the bucket either to work with. See, the drier this starts to get, the thicker it starts to get, the more it sticks. Because the weight doesn't pull on it as much. As I pull it out of the gully, because it's pretty full. The gully's full, I just kind of pull it up, push it back up onto the head. And even if it runs back down, at least it's not overflowing. And eventually, as I pull that up onto the head like that from the gully, it's not going to run back down. It's going to start staying. I just got to make sure that I have enough of this plaster on top of the head. I got to be careful not to put too much on there, because then it sags it and pulls it all off. Don't do that. Yes, now that's stuck in here. That's good. Hopefully that doesn't come off of there. See, these are like right in here is the hardest places to get the stone to stick. Right up into the It's just a process, guys. It just takes a while. Now, eventually, the further, the more coats I get on here, when I start getting into the other coats, I start piling it up on this wall real good, because I want a thick, not just like real straight, but it's going to be thick right up, and I want to make sure it's nice and strong going back into the head, because when I go to pry this apart, it's going to be a nightmare. Now, I don't put the register keys on, pry keys, I would say pry. I don't do that until I get to the it's funny, I'm watching this, and what's happening is it sinks for a few seconds, and then it stops. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to start to get to the point where it's stopping as it's drooping down. As long as I don't put too much weight on it. The other thing too is once this dental stone starts kicking, man, it just, you don't, oh, that dental stone, I'm sorry. Ultra Cal really starts to harden fast. When it starts to go, it goes. So, now what I'll do is as it gets real thick, I'll push some stuff up into there by hand, into these areas. Yeah, there's a lot more working time because the water's so cold. Colder the water, the more working time. The warmer the water, I would never suggest using warm water unless it's like a real small prop, like something small you're working on. That's different. But if you're using something, something large like this, no way. You want to make sure you have ice cold water. Gives you more working time. That's all you're trying to. This way you can. Yeah, it's more of a pain in the neck because you got to constantly work the material. But in the end, you have more time, therefore a better product. Don't mind waiting in between batches. And right now, man, this is comfortable. This is the most comfortable I've ever been doing a mold. And I'm happy to be here doing this like this. I'm just trying to get stone to stick to this wall here. That's all I'm trying to do. And once it sticks up to where I want it, then look out. Now, because now stone will stick to stone, especially as it hardens. Yeah, it's sticking now. That's good. Especially into these areas. So I'm trying to pull away in some spots, but not much. Now, I'm not going to go all the way out to the edge there. I'm only going to go about that far, all the way around this thing. I need that that thick wall, so when I go to pull this thing apart, I have something to grab to, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's sticking good now. Now it's really, really starting to grab, that's what we want. See how it's barely sagging? But that means I got to move quicker, because once this starts to kick, I'm not going to have a lot of working time left with what's in the bucket. Pull from the well. Pull from the well. Don't forget to pull from the well. It's firming up right over here. Love it. One thing, a stone does not like sticking to metal. So, but I have tape on that stone, so therefore I want to make sure that I put that spray release on it. London. I'm going to be live for quite a few hours here because I'm doing both halves of this mold tonight. I am not playing around. I want to get this done. I want to get this this whole thing done. I'm going to be on long time there, London. Let me see what else. Joe Reese. Yeah, you said that already. Okay, I read that one already. Make sure there's no air pockets. That's the worst thing you can have is air pockets. You have an air pocket in your mold, what will happen is your mold will get weak. There we go. Now it's starting to really grab. That's good. No air pockets. Make sure you got no air bubbles trapped underneath of your stone, because that'll weaken your mold tremendously. This is your detail grabber. First coat is your detail. You know, and that's where I was making my mistake before. I was making my detail coat too thin. Thinking if I made it real thin, I would get better results because it would grab more detail. And that was wrong, because what happened was making your plaster too thin will make your plaster too brittle. It's not as strong. Yeah, I'm got quite a bit of the stone on here. We're in good shape. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep going until I get this thing done tonight. Notice I'm making it thicker right along the edge here. That's because I'm going to be piling this up, shaped like that, and I want it all the way back to the back of the head, because when I go to start tapping on this, this has got to be really strong. You can't have a thin wall and bang on it, that's for sure. Yeah, now it's getting to the point where it's not even sagging. Just trying to read your comments, guys. Now that would have been a disaster there. There was a little air pocket right underneath of this thing. It looked kind of funny, that's why I checked it. Okay. Oh, that sucks. See how thick that's getting now inside the bucket? I don't know if you guys can see that. It's getting a little thick, but I constantly mix this stuff as I'm taking it out to keep it more pliable. I almost want to wait just until this just about kicks off all the way, and then what I'll do is I'll take it out by hand and I'll shove it into these corners. This way I have a nice pretty cool. Really sticky. I can definitely tell the difference with the added dental to it. It's heavier, it's denser. But I don't want this to kick up so hard that I can't clean the bucket out. So I want to make sure that I'm scraping the walls down into the bucket. As this starts to cure. Damn it. It's pulling too hard. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit left here. I'm not going to put it on the head. I'm going to wait till it stiffens up just a little bit more, and then I'm going to put it by hand right into these corners here. I want it to be thicker than peanut butter. This way, and now what I'll do while that's drying just a little bit is I'll clean the brush out in here. In this little pail of water here, so I don't have the brush drying out just as this thing's kicking. Wow, yeah, that's amazing. That dental plaster is unbelievable. Even though that I mixed it's so dense. Wow. Feels like cream on your hands. It's so dense. Now, just because my hands are warm, putting my hands in this plaster is making it kick a little bit more as the warmth of my hands warm up the plaster. A little too runny yet. See, I'm trying to get it to where it's almost to where I want it. I'm just putting it, I don't want it real soupy. I'm going to push it into these corners here so it's really well yeah, my hands are dirty, but that's okay. I'm going out there to clean this bucket in a few minutes. It's a little too runny. Now when I clean the bucket, I'm going to go out there and make the next batch. I'm not bringing you guys out there for that. You already seen the whole process. No point in doing that twice. Let's just get moving with this thing. Trying to warm it up a little bit with my hands so I can get it on there, not have it run down on me. Still not ready yet. By the time I make that next batch, this will be hardened up enough to where I don't have to worry about it running off the sculpture. Come on. Kick, baby, kick. This is going to get hard all of a sudden. I mean, real hard. I just know it. And I do one more coat, and then I do a burlap coat, and then a finish coat. Now, depending on how I feel, I may not do the whole thing tonight. I may wait until tomorrow morning to finish the other half, because I have to go get my blocks of wood, and they're in my back shed. I forgot about them. Yeah, I mean, that's my issue. I'm doing it in the house. This is in my studio because it's too cold. Yeah, that's starting to kick on there nice now. Yeah, I'm just taking out some of the rough spots on here. Any kind of future air pockets that might develop. Smoothing it out. Yeah, come on now. Yeah. I need to turn this thing. No, that's not. Still running down a little too much. Still a little too runny yet to get it really to grab. As long as I get it kind of smooth, I don't want it to be too. Let's do the other side real quick. I'm just trying to push it into any areas that I feel like there might be a bubble in it. And I think we're gold. Okay, that's starting to stiffen up already on that sculpture. Now I got to go clean this bucket. My hands, the brush is already clean. I just need to go do another batch. With a clean bucket. Okay, I don't have to sit outside and let it talk to me, guys, because I'm not going to mix this until this is saturated. So I've got a few minutes to sit and yap. So let's see, what do you guys got to say? Gotta get my glasses on. Let this saturate. This is already cured, man. Gotta love it. Let's see what my glasses at. Well, okay, what do we got going on here? London Moore. London Moore, what I like about Ultra Cal 30 is it gives you time to work on it, unlike Smoothcast 325. Never used through Smoothcast, so I can't really criticize it. You got to be quick with it. As it heats up once, the parts A and B are mixed well. Okay. And I'm guessing that Smoothcast is I'm guessing that the Smoothcast is actually plastic and it's not, or resin. It's not plaster. I'm thinking that's what it is. Phew. Yeah, I'm gonna just do the first half because I realized I gotta go unbury my blocks because I'm going to lay this down on its head tomorrow. Once I'm going to be on, it's all going to be on video. It'll be two parts. It'll be the first half, then the second half. I thought about it because I'm out there. One, it's getting late already. It's 8:38. Yeah, but it's not taking that long, and I am comfortable. But just to be on the safe side, I want to make sure that this is completely cured, really nice, before I start the second side. Because I thought about it when I get that wall built up and I take those shims out, I got to make sure that this plaster is somewhat pretty cured before I do the other half. So I'm going to wait, at least until tomorrow afternoon, and then I'll do the front half. But we'll get the back half done tonight, and then we'll do the front half tomorrow. I won't take the shims out until tomorrow. Let's see what my plaster's looking like. It's almost absorbed. And I used less dental plaster in this. I didn't use as much. I used like a half a scoop of the dental plaster. So now I have a nice wall. Like I have enough plaster up on onto the sheet metal, so I don't have to worry about now this plaster is going to grab right to the other plaster. That's what you want. And it's still not cured. It's stiffening up big time, but it's still not cured. You can see I can still push on this. Usually the Ultra Cal is hard as a rock by now, so maybe this mixture of adding the what do you call it? It's changed the cure time big time. I know the cure times because this water's really cold. This is not, just the water's super cold. So oh yeah, come on, saturate, baby. A little spot about the size of a dime. And then I'm going to start mixing this by hand. And this water is cold, man. The next batch gets a burlap treatment to it. That's it. Smooth as pancake batter. It's actually a little thicker than that. That's how thick my next coat is. Now I'm going to take my little thing of water so I don't have to drip it all over the house as I'm going through the door to wash my hands. Wow, the temperature of this water is so much different than the temperature of the chair. It actually warmed up, that's why. Alright, so that's ready to go. And now I just need to wash my hands so I'm not dealing with plaster getting all over the place. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely only going to do the first half. I thought about it. I definitely want to do this tomorrow, the second half. I'm excited because I'm going to be, it's going to be a finished product. Do I want to wait any longer? No, it's not even warm. Usually I feel a little heat from it. Not this time. Alright, that's okay. Let's throw a little bit of the moisture right up in here. I think yeah. I think a lot of people are watching the Phillies game. That's what's going on right now. Anybody update me what's going on? If anybody knows anything about the baseball game, what's going on with the Phillies or the Padres, whoever you're rooting for. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to wait anyway because this stuff's curing slow. Really slow. I made this batch even thicker. Hopefully it kicks soon. 'Cause I ain't got no place for the stone to go. That's the problem. I can't wait till this mask is done, man. Oh, this thing's gonna be a beauty. It's gonna be a beauty. I literally have to let this stone thicken up in this bucket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it undisturbed, and that'll stiffen it up faster if I don't disturb it. I don't want it to harden on my brush because I like to reuse my brushes. I'm cheap. I don't just go out and buy a bunch of brushes just because I can. I just I try not to overdo it with spending because you gotta, I'm trying to make money here, so not lose it. Let's let that stiffen up a little bit in the bucket before I start putting it on again, because I need it to be thick and grabbing, not too runny. You see, down on the base I have plenty of plaster already in the gully. It's already filled up. It's definitely slowed down the curing. This dental plaster slowed this curing down. I'm hoping that the dental plaster doesn't affect the cure. We'll see. Oh no. Oh, that's going to get hard. Okay. Good. That was scaring me a little bit. Because the run, that when I first put this on here, I had a big run on this side of the... We'll see. We will see. We'll see how hard this thing is, later on tomorrow. That's for sure. if the dental plaster does mess up the curing process with this, then I'll know you can't add the dental plaster. But I was watching a video where a guy used the dental plaster. Didn't have any problem at all. Now I'm just taking from the top. I'm not stirring the pot because I want it to harden up. I want it to stiffen up. And if I put a little on at a time, not too much weight, it doesn't sag as bad. Feels like the old stuff still isn't hardening up. I don't know what the hell's going on here. First coat feels like it's still not hard. I might be wrong. Oh. I get done this coat, I'm probably going to have to hold off until I find out whether or not this is going to cure. The stuff that's on the side of my very crumbly. I don't know. Might take longer to cure, that's all. Even if I waste this bucket full of plaster, I don't care as long as I don't overdo this and then it doesn't cure, then I'll really be in trouble. sorry for not talking, but I'm kind of just like talked out a little bit right now. I'm just kind of concerned because I just felt this dental plaster that's on the side of this thing where it ran down in the very beginning. It's not hard. It's like it's like breaks into powdery. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It feels hard on the clump, but it's not. The small pieces are brittle. I just think once it cures, it'll be okay. And I think it's going to be really strong adding that dental plaster. I do. I really think that that's going to be a new way of doing it. See what that did? Peeled away from that. That's weird. So dense. Yeah, me too. Keep my fingers. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. I think it's just that the water is so cold. I mean, it's just the water in here was so free. It's so cold, you know, and the curing time is definitely being altered by two things: the dental powder, and because it's dense. Dental powder is extremely dense. The dental plaster, I mean, very dense and very, I think what I'm going to do is after this bucket, I'm going to wait until tomorrow. That's why I'm going to make sure that the head's real thick, because I don't think I can continue with this plaster. I'm going to make sure that the head's real thick with this bucket. Never seen Ultra Cow fall off the bristles like this is doing. But it's so heavy, it's so dense. I'm just going to keep piling on the plaster onto the head. If anything, if it takes longer to cure, that's fine. But my biggest reasons and concerns are if it takes all night to cure, like I'm going to check this every hour. And when it gets real hard, when I feel like it's hard, then I'll put that extra. Then I'll start doing the coats again. Even in the middle of the night, I don't care because I have to make sure. range, man. Dental powder definitely changed the density of the stone. But it's going to be so strong. If I used just plain dental powder, maybe that would have been. So my concern is the chemical reaction between the two mixes. You know, the two different plasters. Can they be mixed? According to one of the guys I watch on YouTube, he actually did it, but he didn't put as much dental powder as I did. He put less. I think he only added like a half a cup to the whole batch. I'm not a lefty, you can tell. I look at it this way, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then I just take this back half off, and this will come off easy. And then start over again and just stick to using Ultracal. That's why I kind of that's why I'm building up this wall with what's in here right now, and I'm letting it thicken up. In case it doesn't work, or in case it does work. Not in case it doesn't. In case it does work, I have a thick enough wall to pry it apart. I don't have to worry about it breaking. You know what I'm saying? But I can't, I won't be able to add anything more to it if it doesn't cure up enough. I'm going to come back to this in about an hour after I get done putting on what I can here. I just definitely want to get some stuff in here. I think it's going to work. It just it has to it's going to take longer to cure. That's all. The odd thing is it didn't feel like the stone's not getting hot like it normally does. Can't do this left-handed. Getting down to the bottom of this anyway. Now this batch is definitely curing faster because it feels like it's, the Ultra Cal it's thickening up faster. I mean, this stone mold's going to be thick enough to do the job. Um, it's getting it apart is what I'm concerned with. If it doesn't harden. that's nice and thick. I can really pile some stuff up on here too. Hold on. Yeah, it's really weird. The stuff's not. I don't. There's no heat. Now, I mean, the water's still. The bucket's still cold. Maybe that has something to do with it, or maybe dental stone doesn't throw off that heat. I don't know. All right, so I'm going to clean that out. By now, Ultra Cal would be already, wow, see, it's not even in the bottom of the bucket here, it's not hard. Huh. I'm a little worried. All this for nothing if it doesn't cure. All right, so we'll see in a minute. All right, so I'm not doing the burlap tonight, that's obvious. And I have enough stone on this thing to get it apart. But I'm not even going to mess with this any further tonight. I won't do any more. I gotta see if this hardens. Now I have plenty of stone on it, so I'm not worried about that. So if it does cure, I'll be able to salvage this, no problem. But if it doesn't cure, then I gotta take all this plaster I gotta take all this plaster off this thing. And hopefully it's hardened enough to where it just peels, pries off with no problem. I mean, once I take the shims off, then I can just bang it off. That won't be no big deal. Especially the back half. The back half definitely comes off a lot easier than the front half on my sculpture. It's not like okay. So I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna wash this out of the bucket. Weird, man. Really weird. Oh yeah, weird. True that. You ain't kidding. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bit. I'm not panicking. Trust me, I'm not a panic kind of guy anyway. But if worst case scenario, if this doesn't harden up, I know that I'll never use the dental plaster again, and at least I won't add as much. What I'll do is I'll take the shims out, and then I'll hammer this off, boom, and then just have to start over again. That's all. It won't damage the sculpture. Not even a little bit, I don't think. Not even a little bit. So let me clean this out, bring the light back in. Yeah, that's what I'll do. If it doesn't cure and set up tonight, yeah, I got plenty of stone on there, so that's not what my concern is. I'll be able to get that stone off of there if it's a problem. I'll just pull the shims out and then pop it off. And my biggest thing is I want to make sure it's cure enough where it doesn't, you know, it doesn't, you know, stay, you know, clumpy, and you know then it makes it hard to get it off the sculpture, which I don't think I'll have that problem. But let me get my light back in the house. I can leave the what the hell? I can leave everything else outside. You know, I thought about possibly putting the heat gun on it, but no, that's not a good idea, because if you heat it up too much, too fast, you can cause it to what's the word? Expand, and it can make your sculpture actually too brittle. Oh, it's hot. Okay, we're gonna be good, guys. I just have to wait a little longer in between. I'm gonna wait, and yes, we're gonna continue on with this. This is hard as a rock. This stuff is, oh my God. I pulled this off of there finally, and I thought, oh my God, it's not curing, it's not curing. It wasn't hot, it wasn't hot. Guess what? This is the original first pour, this section here, and it is really hot. And man, is that hard. Oh my God. That is really hard. You can't even get the edges to scrape. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is a run right off the side. See how it was hitting off of here? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're in good shape. That's gonna be hard. That is a rock. Yes, sir. I just have to wait. That's all. I just have to wait a little longer. Oh man, I was worried. I was worried, man. I wasn't panicking, but I was worried. I was worried. I'll give you that. Yes, sir. And I got enough. I just need to let this cure a little bit longer, that's all. When I start feeling heat, I can feel the heat in certain spots underneath of this thing now. Yeah, I can start to feel heat. It was just taking forever to kick. And that's what they call that. When you start feeling heat, that's when the chemical reaction starts and it starts kicking. Yeah, this dental plaster is going to work. Oh my God, I can't get over how hard this is. There is no way. I mean, that picked up every little detail that was in that board too. That's pretty cool. Man, I'm excited now. I'm not worried about this thing breaking a little bit. Now what I'll do, since I have the two coats on there, once this cures, I want to make sure that it feels like this. All right. When it feels like that, then I'm going to start adding the next coat. Listen to that. Here you go. Listen. It's just unbelievable, man. And the thing is, the longer this cures, the harder it's going to get. So I was a little worried because usually the Ultra Cal 30 in the bucket on the bottom, the Ultra Cal 30 still gets real hard on the bottom of the bucket, even underneath the water. So let's just hang out here for a few minutes and chit chat, if you guys are up for it. Can anybody check the Phillies game for me and see what the Phillies and Padres, what the score is? My brother's a huge fan, and he has to work, so I've been texting him And he's like, yo, man, give me the score. Give me the score. What's going on? And he can't. Um, I don't know. I guess maybe. Joe Reese. Yes, Joe. That's what you were saying. It is strong. It is very strong. It did chip just a few minutes ago. When I dropped it, I chipped it right on the edge here. Just a little bit. A little couple pieces came off of it. It chipped when I just dropped it down. But this isn't cured yet, man. You give this 2 or 3 days. Oh my God. That stuff's going to be so. And that's why when I do the other half, I'm going to use the same method. When I do the other half, and this is as completely closed in, my plan is to let it cure inside the Takeoff Vision. What's happening, buddy? Okay, Takeoff Vision, you were one of the ones that were concerned about the mouth, right? I think it was the lips. Here, let me flip it around for you so you can see the lips. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. All right, hold on. Let me clean this board a little bit. Let me get some of this stuff off. See, it's just popping right off of there because of the Vaseline. It won't stick to that, which is good. Oh yeah, this stuff's getting hard right on the surface now. Yeah, I just add this stuff to my driveway out here on the side. Just adds to the strength of my crushed concrete, so to speak. Give me a second. Takeoff Vision, you're gonna love it, man. You're gonna love this. The lips are definitely dead on. If you look at the very beginning, I think the beginning of the video, or was it the last video? It might have been the last video I just did. I actually show the fixed lips to look almost identical to the flashback mask. So, that being said, let's flip it around while this is curing. Man, is that back heavy. Give me a second here. Come on. Flip, baby, flip. I'll have to turn it right back around again. There they are, baby. That's it. Now, you know what? That light's not really doing it justice. Hold on. Let me see if I can't get better light on this. Because you're not really seeing the... There's too much light here and not enough over there. Let me see. Hold on. Alright, I'll move this light over a little bit. Drop it down just a little bit, and then I'll lower the camera so you can see the lips a little better. Let's get this camera down. Did I get it low enough? Yeah, it's still, the lighting's a little too bright on the one side. Let me try this. Hold on. Let's turn that down a little bit. Let's turn the other side. The left side is actually too bright to really get a good look. Let's see. Nope, it's not. It's just the angle that you're seeing it at. If it's the camera is almost dead on, but the camera lens is up about here on the camera, on the thing, and it looks like it's with the downward. If I tilt this back, and I can't because of all the stone on there and it's still wet, I can tilt this back. See, if you look, my shelf height is literally, like, you know, where I put my sculpt normally is hold on, I haven't measured it. Let's try and lower it all the way down. Yeah, it's hard to get it. It's hard to get this. Yeah, it's the way it's looking. It's the angle. Trust me, it is the angle. That eyebrow's, it's like just a little higher, but that's how it is on the mask, though. I got news for you. That's how it is on the original mask. If you can find the picture. The original mask is a little higher on this side than it is on that side. Just a little tiny bit. Just a little bit. And that's about where that's at. But it's not, oh, you can't see it. See? You can see it, it's higher. And I'm almost dead on, man. I'm almost dead on. Right here. You know, you drop that down and look at my, can't see it, damn it. Maybe this way. You got to remember now, this picture is not as big. The picture of the mask is not as big as the sculpture by far. So, but you can see the right eyebrow is up higher than the left eyebrow by far, even in the actual mask. So, and I'm so close to perfect with that, I'm not changing nothing. Nope. No, I have it exactly where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard when you're looking down onto the mask. Like if I take this camera and let's see. You look down onto it. Let me see, I gotta get it. I got a delay on the signal, hold on. That right eyebrow looks high. But when you're dead on, it's right, it's the right angle. Let me turn it so it is facing you guys. Oh, I can't. I gotta turn it this way. Yeah, see, that's more straight at it. You're looking straight at it now. See, it's not that high. It doesn't. You think it's an illusion. You know, and that's the thing. That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example of when we're trying to sculpt this mask. have to account for the camera angle, the lighting. There's so much you have to account for when you're trying to replicate the original Myers mask. You know, it's like, I know that that picture is a dead-on shot because you're looking dead into his eyes, straight from the camera angle. And I always pay attention to camera angles when I'm sculpting, big time, because you know, even like the scene where he has the phone in his hand, like when he's talking, you have to pay attention to whether the camera is up higher or the camera is down lower, or is it straight on him. You know, there's all those little things that people don't account for sometimes when they're sculpting. You know, all of a sudden it looks good in one particular angle, but yet if you're looking at it from a different angle, it doesn't look good. The main thing I was concerned with is this is the picture that I really went from to make that eyebrow, and that mask is looking at me dead on. The camera is dead on to the mask, and I had to make sure that the eyebrow looked like this, dead on. Now, if you do the same thing, if this was a three-dimensional picture, let's say it was a three-dimensional sculpture, if I went up above, that eyebrow would once again look high. There's just so many different things. I mean, I've looked at this mask from different angles and different different perspectives from the camera. There's a lot. There's a lot to it. You don't just yeah, I did. Remember was it you that was asking me to change? I took out a little bit of more eye, the lower part of this eye here. All right, I took a little bit more out of here, and that made it look a little better. It definitely did. It's really, it's so close. I'm done. I'm definitely, I've already got, look, I got the mold going. I'm finished. We're not doing anything else to it. I fixed the lips. I wanted those lips right. I see a little dent there, but that's okay. I can live with it. I can live with it. Every little place has a little bit of a defect to it. That's cool. But yeah, we got the nose changed. We've got the eyes. Like when I bumped out this scowl, I had to change. I had to add more clay into this eye cut on both sides. Right in here, I had to add more clay. But what that also did is it really gave it the right pitch on each side going back into the face. And when you look at this from a side angle, look how nice that looks now. It's right on the money. The bridge of the nose sinks in far enough. The scowl pops out just the right amount. The distance from the top of this eye cut is now definitely over top of the lower eye cut. This pitch, this angle, absolutely changed the whole perspective of this mask by bumping out the scowl. It changed it all, and I cut back the chin area. Let me lower the camera a little bit. Okay, now you can see what I did. Now I cut this chin back like this. Now I cut a lot of this back. So now the shape is like this and then down underneath. And then you got your chin underneath. I cut out some more of the cheek right in here. Not up in here. I just took a little bit of a pitch out of this a little more. So there's going to be more shadow like right in this area here. They're not overdone right in here. It's not overdone. The little corner of the mouth, You see the little air bubble there? It's in there. The lips are pitched perfectly. It looks identical to the flashback. It really does. The lips look just like the flashback now. Oh yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the flashback lips, but they're very close to what the original Shatner mask was. And I got the picture to show you. I think I showed you this already. This is the Don Post William Shatner Captain Kirk mask. All right? And I think what he did was he replicated, when he sculpted the flashback mask, he was using, I wouldn't go as, I would go as far as he used this. Let me try and get it closer. He used these lips on this mask to replicate what he was doing. That's an actual Don, this is Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek. And these are the original masks in 1974 or 1975. And you can see those lips and that sculpture right there are more closer to this than any other thing I've ever seen. You know, and that proves to me that I think that he was using, maybe he had a different mask, maybe he had a mask that was really close to this original Captain Kirk mask. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just know that this looks very close to what I've done. Very close. All right, and I think that to make to make the argument, I actually think that he was trying to replicate the actual Shatner lips, not the poster art one where the lips look real fat and big, and I don't know. I never liked those lips, never, and I wanted that original feel, that original emotionless type of lips on there. So you didn't really have those, you didn't have the emotion in the sculpture. I do see this dent. It's driving me crazy. Right. I can see it in the shadow here. I'm trying to see if I can feel it. See that little dent there, guys? Yeah, I tried to put more of a smile up into this corner here, but it didn't look right from the profile. Did not look right. I don't know why. Didn't look right. So I decided, I did an executive decision, and I took that smiley, you know, that real harsh smile out of it. It's just, it is what it is. When you're in front of the sculpture, it's so much different than what you're seeing on film. I need this tool right here. I need to play ball. Wherever I put that, there it is. I gotta fix it. That dent's gonna drive me nuts. And I don't care, I'll just retexture it a little bit. But I don't like that dent being there. sure if I turn this light in every different direction, I'll find something wrong in every spot. Doing that ever so lightly so it takes out that little dent look. Oh yeah, I'm very happy with this. I am extremely over exhilarated over this. I think it's awesome. I think a lot of people are going to love this mask. Is it somebody's perfect version? Nope. It's my version. I can't please everybody. Let me see. No, that's good enough. Okay, now I just want to take a little naphtha and my brush and my texture tool or my sponge. Where the hell did I put my sponge? Gotta find my sponge. Let me get this. That's another thing for you guys that are doing the sculpting. If you see a defect based on the camera or based on the lighting angle, don't move the light, don't move the sculpture, fix the problem while you have the light in the exact spot where you needed it. Another thing I do with my naphtha now is I don't brush it. I just dab the area where I just put the tool on it. I just dab it. And then all I do is I let it soak for a few seconds. I just dab it. All you're doing is melting that very outer surface. I don't brush it. Okay. Let me read your comment in a second. I have my glasses off. I got to find my damn sponge. I threw it up here somewhere. Aha! I found it. I gotta clean this sponge too. The sponge. That's all right. I'm waiting anyway to get this. I'll put my glasses on in a second as soon as I get. Now, when I dab this with this sponge, I hit it really, really soft. I don't want any boogers on there. I want texture, but no boogers. And when I say boogers, you see those little tiny flecks of clay that are coming off? I don't want them on there, so I kind of just brush them off and brush them away. And if they're being stingy like this is right now, I take a tool. I barely pushed on that. Take any tool that I got, and I just kind of just take them off. Some people like to and now that that's hardened up a little bit more, because it's dried up, I'm going to hit that texture just a little bit more because I hit that and take out those little marks I put in there from the tool. It's really soft. And I can always take off that, once it hardens up, I can take off those little boogers. I call them boogers. Now, put my glasses on and I'll read your comment. And man, do I need a shower. Will the plaster stick to not at first, London. It fights you at first. You really have to watch this whole video. You're going to have to watch the entire process to see how, and as the plaster thickens and starts to cure, it starts to grab a lot easier to the surface. So now what I want to check is I want to check to see how the hardness, oh yeah, oh my God, that's hot. That is really curing now. Okay, perfect. So now I want to mix up another batch, which I'm going to do, and I'm going to put the burlap into it. Yeah, we're going to keep going. We're going to get this thing done. We're going to get this side done now that I'm okay. I know that this is going to be all right. We are going to get this thing finished. So, yeah. Wow, that's hot. That kicked really hot. That's hotter than normal. That's hot. This stuff, I guess this stuff really kicks. It's a lot hotter. Wow. That's going to be a really hard stone. Oh, yeah. And I always let it cure for a couple days before I separate the two pieces. Before I split the mold, I definitely always let it cure for a couple days. I want that stone really dried out and hard. And the only way you can do that is just let it sit. So the first thing I got to do is I got to go mix up another batch of plaster. And I'll show you what I'm going to do from there. Okay. I'm also going to put some burlap, squeeze out the burlap into my little bucket, the pieces of burlap that I'm going to use. So I'll be out here for a minute. I got to mix up another batch, and this is going to be the damn, I got to take the light out there too. Won't be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, that's no big deal. That's right there. No big a deal. All right, so I'll mix this up. I'm going to squeeze out some burlap that I have in here. And squeeze it. All right, I'm mixing my all I want. Okay, I'm back. Now I've got my burlap in my in my one bucket, you know, and it's been soaking in the bucket. If you watch the video, I showed you what that was all about. I cut up 5. Wait a minute, I'm going to clean my hands real quick. I cut up 5-inch by 5-inch square pieces of burlap that I want to do. And right now, let me jack this camera up so you guys can see what I'm doing. Actually, shrink it down just a little bit. The last coat that I do, I pile it up onto the walls right here. The last coat that I do, I pile it up onto the walls real good. So this way it's nice and thick on the walls right out here. I want to make sure it's nice and thick. This way when you're separating it and you need to bang that off, you have, you know, plenty of stone. See, if the wall's only this thick, you hit it and it breaks. But if the wall's that thick, you know, the walls, you know, if your wall's only this thick, it'll break. If your wall's nice, like that thick and it really has a back to support it, you have a nice, you know, this way when you can bang that half off, you'll be able to bang it right off. Because you can't take it off any other way than knocking it right where the, all right, so that's still saturating. Gotta wait for that to saturate. My light staying outside kind of doesn't matter because you guys are what did I do with my, oh, there it is. I thought I lost my brush. All right, so I have to let this completely saturate. This is a thicker batch. Less water though. I gotta get closer. Come on, chair, move. I hate this thing, it doesn't like to roll. Let me read your comment. My keys are driving me crazy. I keep forgetting they're around my neck. So to make it thicker, do you add more Ultra Cal 30 to the water, or do you add less water? Well, I mean, I didn't want a bigger batch. You always just add a little more Ultra Cal to make it thicker. But when I say I did less water is only because I didn't want as much Ultra Cal in this with this. My next batch is basically for the walls, so I'm going to make a lot less water, and I'm going to add a lot of Ultra Cal to that water. All right, so it's going to be a nice thick batch, but it won't be as much. Like I'll have, instead of this much plaster in my bucket, it'll be this much plaster in my bucket, but it'll be really thick, and it's just for the walls. You know, and that's the last part that I'll do. That's the last coat. You'll see. This coat here, once this saturates completely, then what I'll do is I'm going to butter this whole thing with a little bit of whatever. That water got up to room temperature, no time. Feels warm compared to what my hand's been in. Yeah, this is still kicking. It's still hot. It's not as hot as it was a few minutes ago. But man, that's still warm, which is, it's okay because it's really hard now. That's perfect. Yeah, you can even see it has a little bit of a greenish look to it. Um, doesn't look like Ultra Cal 30. Ultra Cal 30 gets real white looking. Um, very white when it dries. This will have a little bit of a green hue to it. Oh yeah, man, I'm excited now. Now that I was panicking, man. I was like, I was picking up these pieces of this stuff, and it was crumbling really bad. Now even the small pieces are hard as a rock. I can't even break that with my thumb. That's crazy. That thing's only that thin. Look how thin that is, and I can't break that. Oop, I broke the end, but I can't break the middle. I've been trying, I've been messing with it just to see how hard. That little thin piece there, I can't snap that in half with my two finger thumb in the center, and I'm pretty strong with my hands. So that's a really strong. That's a really strong. Man, that stuff is super strong. Yeah, I recommend using the dental, buying the extra and uh, getting the dental plaster. It definitely works. Oh my God, does it work? Now, what it will do, because it's a much denser stone, uh, it's going to change the absorption properties in the stone. Basically, when you put latex up against a stone, the first how it works is latex goes up against the stone, and the stone instantly starts to pull the moisture out of the latex. All right, and usually about 2 hours will give you a good uh, eighth inch, maybe a little under an eighth inch thick uh, pull. So what you want to do is, like with this, I might have to let the mask sit in there for 3 hours to get an eighth inch pull, because it's going to slow down the absorption properties in this, because the denser the stone is, the less it sucks moisture out of things. So just so you know. Uh, okay, wait a minute. Let me see what you're saying. Take all vision. Yeah, I missed this one. Hold on. Yeah, because your lip line between the upper lip and the lower lip is raised too much. Lip line between the upper lip and the lower lip is raised too much. Yeah, but I'm not trying to make that poster. I'm actually trying to replicate the. If you look at the beginning of this video or the last video that I just did, I show you my lips and then the actual screen used flashback mask, and that's what I went off of, because I actually have a friend that loves the flashback mask, and I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'll put the lips of the flashback mask on my sculpture, my main, because it's so close to the actual Shatner, the picture that I just showed you. It's very close to that. So I'm keeping that. Now, I don't like the flashback eye cuts. I don't like the cheek lines. There's things about the sculpture that I don't like. Um, but they hid a lot of it. Uh, if you look at the actual film footage, and they do a lighting effect all the way around the entire actual mask that they used in the movie. Uh, it doesn't look good in spots, you know what I mean? But if you listen to his interview, he sculpted the mask based on uh, how it was going to look on film, and with right lighting and everything perfectly positioned, you're going to get that same look as the 78 or close to it. And they did. They managed to do that, no doubt. Um, because that flashback scene was really good. I have, but when I seen the mask with bright lighting on it, that I have on video here. I have pictures of it. I can show you guys once I'm done doing this. I'll show you the pictures that I have. Multiple pictures, frozen, and the light kind of going around it like that. You can see every little angle of this mask, and it's great. I did still shots of every, as that light went around that mask, and I was able to captivate every detail. I know how to. I can sculpt now. I can sculpt that flashback mask with a lot less frustration because I have the lighting hit it from every angle to show all the shadowing and where it's, you can tell what's sticking out, what isn't, and that sort of thing. So replicating that flashback mask won't be too hard, but do I want to do a flashback? No, I think I got the 78 right here. Why do I need to go? I mean, it's got a little hint of the flashback. There's two areas that I did that hints the flashback mask, and it's not the scowl, it's actually right over the eye cuts, the little bump outs that are on the side of the eyes. If this was the face, the bump outs that are right above the eyes, they're on the flashback. It has a little bit more bumping out here, and it's actually in the original mask too. Just things that I did that took a little bit from every mask, and I just think it gives you the best elements of everything, And the scowl, man, when I figured out that scowl, oh my God, changed everything. It really did. Completely gave that mask or my sculpture that extra. What did it need? You couldn't figure it out. Couldn't get the pitch right. There was just something wrong with it. Okay, this is saturated. Let's get mixing with my hands. I got talking too long. I almost had a brick here. But it's so cold. Now all I'm doing is taking my pieces of burlap once I get this mixed. And there's no lumps in that. And that's real thick. And I'm just going to butter this a little bit with my hand. So the burlap has something to grab to, even though that I'm putting the burlap into this mix. That's good enough. I don't need it super wet. I just need something to grab to. All right, now a little bit of water on my hands because I don't want to have to. Okay, now we're taking these pieces of burlap, and I'll show you what I got. A piece here, little piece of, well, this is a little smaller than the 3x3, and we're going to dip it into the burlap, and we're going to squeeze it, get all the excess out of it, and we're just going to stick it on here in a good spot. anywhere. Make sure you have no air pockets in it, because that'll change the whole density of the. It gets rid of this. Now that's the right size right there. I see that's about right there. That's the right size of burlap. Don't get into the mix. Squeeze it. Yes, your hands get dirty in this process, but you want to make sure that your burlap has plenty of stone on it. Next piece. I don't care how big or small they are. Some of the, when I get to the ends of these things, sometimes you have to. I might be able to do this just with this. We'll see. All this is doing is giving a little extra strength, that's all. Keeps things from breaking real easy. And that's why you want that extra wet barrier that you put on the wall. When I did that, when I wetted that, it created a little bit of a suction. So this way, this burlap doesn't try to hang off of your sculpture or off of your mold. It'll stick into there real good. And you want to make sure there's no air bubbles, that's for sure. I want to make sure I'm out to the end of the ear here with this. Time you get a small piece, work that into an area that might be a problem. Yeah, I got a painter's tarp down underneath of me here. And if you have a little bit of problem with an area like this, just dip some of the plaster out onto your hand and just kind of rub it into the where you're working. So bizarre. Almost too many of these small pieces I managed to grab a hold of. What I'm trying to do is make sure that burlap is buried underneath of the stone. You don't want that burlap. You don't want to see burlap on the surface. Actually, let me pull that all the way over. That's two pieces. Okay, that's all right. We can work with that. We'll make sure burlap is definitely overlapping too. Now, down here by the neck, you don't really have to go crazy because the stone, that gully, is so thick. If you break that, you got real issues. you're you're doing it with a jackhammer. You're not doing it with a hammer. So I got to put a little piece in there. I'm just making sure that I have burlap covering this whole thing. Man, that piece of, why did I even put that in that bucket? Spot over here, I think I missed 2 spots. There's one on the other side. I like this extra time that I have with doing this, because boy, that just slows the process down just enough to where you don't have to really worry. You know, having that extra really cold water Really has changed the whole, and it could be the combination of both, the water and the dental stone. I think I have it completely buried in stone, or wrapped in burlap now. Yep. Now, I'm going to wash my hands again, just a little bit so I don't drip, and then I'm going to go out there and wash them. And I'm going to let this thicken up a little bit more and apply the rest of this into the just reinstituting the stuff that was sticking to the bottom to the rest of this ultra cal, or what can we call this? Let's give it a new name, guys. Ultra cal and dental stone together. What do we have? What do we want to call this? Let's give it a new name. Ultra stone, maybe? Just trying to read everybody's. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. No. I'm good with the way it looks. I really am. It's got a really good look. Okay, now I need to go put the rest of my burlap back into the bucket of water. And then put the rest of this onto here, especially up on the barrier, on the walls. Once this thickens up just a little more, I'll put it up onto the walls, and then we'll make one more batch. Okay. Hopefully I have enough in this batch here to really thicken up the outer wall. Yeah. That's the game plan. Democal. Yes, man. Bo Norton, you just won yourself a mask. You just won a mask, my friend. Demical. Love it. We just created, well, I didn't just create this. This came from, who was the guy that did, I can't remember his name now. I'm on, Adam's a friend. He's an artist that added just like a cup of dental stone to his, but I like it. I like the new name. That's awesome, man. Dental Cal. Dentacal. Dental. No, it's Dental Cal. Yeah, that's what we're going to call it. Dental Cal. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the name. I'm letting this, Bo Norton just won a mask. See? Well, you have to be as a little creative. Oh, yeah. Dental Cal. So an Ultra Cal, Dental Cal. I like it. I like it a lot. Everybody's going to be asking, when I start calling it Dental Cal like that, everybody's going to be asking, what the hell is Dental Cal? Never heard of that. And then I'm going to say, go ask Bo Norton. He'll tell you. Oh, man, that's funny. That good stuff. London Moore. Yeah, the metal sheets, you know, as you're brushing it up onto the metal sheets, it goes away. Or it starts to stick. Once it starts to stick, it'll grab onto the metal sheets with no problem. So, yeah, man, we're getting there. Have to let the cheese up just a little bit more. It's getting pretty thick. I want it thicker. I'm just going to keep my hand in it until it starts really getting hard. I want it really pasty so I can really build up those walls on the edge. Still a little runny. Weird thing is, this Dental Cal doesn't really dry out your skin as much as just the Ultra Cal. Yeah, that's cool. Doesn't dry out. So what I'm going to do is, the next batch is not a real heavy batch. It's a dense batch, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot. And what we're going to do is smooth this out. We're going to use what's left in here to bulk up right in here, all the way around, you know, and then from there, because I don't have to go any higher. I'm not trying to go higher. I'm just trying to bulk this up to make it strong right in here, so it has a backbone to, like, when you go to hammer on it, it won't break apart. And then the next batch is a really thick, dense batch, but it's very little water. So it's like maybe 16 ounces or under. Might even be like 12 ounces of water. And then we'll just add the extra thicker. We're going to make a very thick batch so it doesn't run. We don't want it to sag at all. It won't be runny at all. It'll be very thick. So when I stick it up there, it's going to stay on there. It won't. And because this is a very thick with this should cure pretty quick. Um, yeah, it's still. So once I get this on here, then I can kind of sit back like I did just a little while ago and just wait a little longer than average. And then I can tell you this, it's a combination of the cold water and the Dental Cow. The two, having the two formulas mixed together, it gives you more working time. For some of you that's new to it, I'm new to it too, but I'm getting better at this mold process. Some of you that are new to the process, the extra working time is definitely a benefit. All right. Ultra Cal is the only stuff that will that will stick to it'll stick to itself. Which that could be an issue, and I never thought of that. Does Dental Cal have those same properties? If Dental Cal doesn't stick to itself, am I going to have problems with layering? Like if I go to hammer this off, will each layer try to separate? Don't know. Going to find out though, aren't we? Well, no, all right. It's not about the water. Whatever amount of water that you're using, you're just bringing the Ultra Cal up to the very surface of that water. So when I make an extra thick batch, I don't want to add too much water, because if I have too much water, it's going to take a lot of stone to get to saturation. In other words, to bring it to the surface. All right, see, here's this. All right, here I got a bucket of water right here, right? You can see the water right here, right here. All right, I sift in Ultra Cal into this bucket. All right, and I keep sifting. Well, based on where this water line is, this bucket would fill up all the way to here before I would actually get to saturation, because it's so much water. But in this situation, in this little bucket, I would put the water roughly about right here, all right, and then I would bring it up to saturation by putting Ultra Cal in here, and then keep filling it, sprinkling it in, not pouring it in. You don't want to. You got to sift it in, and you want to make sure it's sifted all throughout the whole bucket. And then what you do is you keep bringing it up, and all of a sudden, islands will start to surface when it comes to the surface of the water. But now your water level, because you've changed the density of actually you've you're adding stone to water, so now your water level is going to go up a little higher. All right, so the water level goes up a little higher. But once that stone is even with the surface of the water line, all right, you just keep adding a little bit more until you have total dry Cal on the very surface. Then you got to let it sit 3 to 5 minutes, all right, and let it saturate. That means all that water gets saturated into all that dry powder, and it creates little lake. It looks like a cracked lake bed. Like, you ever see a dry lake bed and it gets all cracked and surface, but the powder goes from white to like gray. Then it's saturated. Then you mix it by hand. You do not mix it until it gets to that point. Let me see how this is looking. Oh yeah, now we're here. See how that's nice and thick? That ain't going nowhere. All right, so now I want to put that right in here. I'm not trying to make it I'm just trying to give this support. When I go to hammer this apart, this wall will be thick enough to it'll withstand the hammering. If you know what I'm saying. I don't think I'm going to need another batch. I don't think so. I think I'm good. I'll let this cure up a little bit and then I'll smooth it with my hand. Yeah, I don't think I need another batch. I really don't. The way this works, especially the back side, I never hammer down in this area. That's not where you hammer because that's a locking area. You hammer from the top and then the mold comes off like this. It doesn't come off like, you can't go up. It has to come off from the top and back. Yeah, that gives that plenty of support back there. That's all I need. I don't need any more. This is a thick mold here, right? What you're looking at here. Very thick and very big mold, but I haven't had too much luck with my Ultra Cal, so I'm definitely gonna. I make my molds thick now. I definitely make them thick. They're heavy as hell, but yeah, I don't need any more. Now I'll let that cure up. I'm going to wash out my bucket. And I'll let that cure up, and then I'll smooth it out with my hands as it's curing up. I have to almost let it get to where it's a little powdery, and then I'll come on, get off. Clean this bucket out, and then let's pull on it a knife for mixing plastic. Cover up. Man, oh man. I am dirty. Yeah, there's plenty of stone on there. Okay, so let's chill out for a few minutes here so I can smooth it out one last time with my hands. I never lost the brush. In other words, I didn't let it harden up on the brush, so I salvaged that brush for another day. No waste. That's my. That's how you succeed. You don't waste nothing. Okay. Okay, so make it thicker. Do you add more Ultra Cal 30 to water, or do you add less water? No matter what the level of the water is, all right, your Ultra Cal 30 has to be sifted in until it gets to the very surface of the water. Now, as you know, as you sift in the Ultra Cal, the water level will rise naturally. All right, but you got to keep adding that Ultra Cal in there until you get to the surface of that water. All right, and you start seeing like little islands forming of dry powder at the surface. Then you know you're getting close. Then what I do is when I get all those little islands sitting on the top of that surface like that, as I fill in the voids, and I make sure that it's completely white powder on top, you know, by like maybe about that deep in dry powder over top of the lake. You know, just want to make sure it's all dry, and then you just let it soak. You watch the beginning of this video, and I actually show you step by step on how to add the Ultra Cal to the water, and that's based on 24 ounces of water. That was the very first coat that we put on here. It was done with 24 ounces, and I just want to touch this. Okay. All right, so now I can start smoothing this. Just taking out any kind of rough spots that might cut you. You know, when you're handling this, because I mean, this is heavy. And when this thing's really, if it's heavy and it's real sharp, it's not pleasurable handling it. Unless you have gloves on. No, that's the first time that's the first smoothing out that I do. I still smooth it out again, just a little bit more. And I fill in these little holes. Just become a little weak spots if you don't fill in those holes. Now on the back of the head, it's pretty hard to have a weak spot, but into these corners and stuff, you want to make sure that you're pretty strong. That's looking pretty good. I can leave that like that. I'll have to bring that light back in when I'm done here. I don't have to clean out those buckets. I'm going to reuse them. I put the lids on them is all I did. I'll use them again tomorrow. Now I'll let that dry a little bit longer until it's almost powdery. It'll be powdery, and then I'll rub it one more time and it'll be real smooth. Any questions, guys? We still got 3 watching, including myself, so there's only 2 people on the game. I wonder if the Phillies won or lost. Who knows? Anybody know? Can anybody answer that? Did the Phillies win or lose? Anybody know? I'm sure that game's over by now. Can anybody give me a score from the Phillies game? Phillies and Padres. Who won? Huh. Come on, dry. Almost. Almost to the point where I'm going to rub it. Just don't want any moisture. Oh yeah, it's kicking now. I can feel that heat. All right, that's good enough. That won't cut me at all. I can handle this and not have to worry about it. All right, just clean my hands one more time. See how little bit came off? That's what I'm talking about. It's almost to that powder form. Tomorrow's another day, baby. Okay, so that's part 1 of the and I'm going to turn this on the angle to show you real quick the how important it is to make sure that that wall is thick, because you got a hammer on that wall. Hold on. All right, that's a perfect spot. Oop, I went too far. Okay, hang on. Not quite. A little more. Oh, like that there. Jeez. Out there. Okay. All right, now look at the sculpture. See where the top of the head comes in? All right. And then see where the top of this is compared to that. All right. This is the area once these are the two parts are separated. Because usually what happens once I put the pry spots on this thing, when I take this apart, the back half always comes off. It always does. It always comes off easy. All right. So what happens is the back half will be off. The front half will be always on because there's a lot more locking points on here. And that's why the front half never slips off easy. So I want to make sure that my wall is dead even with this wall on this side as well. All right, so the height has to be exactly the same. All right, the height has to be exactly the same right to this point right here, right on this side. In other words, it's going to be like this on the sculpture. All right. Now it won't be as much on. It won't be all the way out like I just did, but it'll be just like it is on the back. On the front, same thickness up into this area here. Has to be the same thickness because when the back half comes off, I have to hammer off the front half, and the ears are a big locking point. They're gonna get wrecked when I go to hammer that off. But it'll come apart. It'll come apart pretty easy, I think, this time. And the stone is extremely hard. Wow, man, I can't get over how hard that stuff is. That's really going to do the job. But I'm also going to let this sit for like 2, maybe 3 days before I pry this apart. I want to make sure that this stuff is completely cured. No moisture in it at all. That's what happened last time. I didn't wait long enough. I think it was a combination of not making the stone thick enough and not letting it cure completely before I tried to separate it. But I'm going to take you through step by step on how this is done, and you will see. And it's pretty simple process. It really is. Yep. I might have to add a little more stone up against the back half of this. Oh, we'll see. We will see. I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, this will separate nicely. I think this is going to be okay. It's the front half I always have problems with. The front half doesn't like to separate easily. So, we'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely happy with the sculpture, big time. I'm getting tired, guys. It is getting close to bedtime. Was I waiting for anything? I'm trying to remember. No, not really. I think I'm done. That's it. I am done. I am finished tonight. Tomorrow is another night. Um, hmm. spray this clay underneath the okay. Now I want to stick a trash bag over this whole thing because I don't want this clay to harden up on here. This will be a nightmare if it does. I don't want this clay to actually get hard. So we'll see. I am going to call it a night, guys. And I will see you tomorrow to finish this, to get this bad boy done. All right, let me get this off the camera pod. It's been a long night, guys, but we got it done. We got the first half done. Oops. We've got the first half done. All right, guys, thank you again. And I will see you tomorrow for the second half. Have a great night. And thanks for hanging out with me and getting this video done. This is a fun and hard process, but it's done. So we got another half to go, and this will be a finished sculpture, and I'll be able to make a nice mask. All right, peace, everybody. Remember to hit the like, share the content. If you're not a subscriber, become a subscriber. It's going to be important to you in the future. Once I get these masks out of the way, I'm going to get these done. And once I'm in production and I start, making and selling and selling the masks, I want to do giveaways and stuff. So I'm going to have a Patreon. Anybody that's in the Patreon is actually going to get an automatic, every month you'll be added into the drawing every time I do a mask. I don't know if it's going to be a month and a half, or 2 months. There'll be a giveaway on a mask. And how I'm going to do it, I'm not really sure yet, how I'm going to do the drawings and stuff like that. But every person that's in the Patreon gets automatically put in to the drawing. Everyone that's a subscriber, I got to do something else with. I got to do something else for to make it possible for you as a subscriber to get in too. But Patreons are automatic subscribers. Maybe I have to go, I have close to 400 subscribers so far. So maybe what I have to do is maybe draw 78, since this is Michael Myers 78. 78 of the first subscribers, somehow, some way, will be entered into the drawing as well as the so. And why I say that for the Patreon subscribers, the Patreon subscribers are automatically every time I do a drawing for a mask, they're automatically every time. But the 78 of the and why I say 78 is because it's going to be Night Creeper 78. So I'll take 78 people from my subscribers and randomly choose people and just throw them into the mix, into the Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to do it. I just have to figure out how I can randomly do it uh, without actually picking people. I don't want to pick people out of my subscribers. How can I do it in such a way where I don't know who I'm picking in my subscribers list? That's that. Or maybe I have somebody else do that for me. They just randomly pick people and they just kind of roll the mouse down, and whoever the arrow lands on, that's who goes into. And I got to do that 78 times. Roll it up, roll it down. I don't know. I just whatever I got to do. I'm just not into cheating. I definitely want to make sure that everybody gets an equal chance. And I'm going to do the mask giveaways once every probably 2 months would be more accurate because of how long it takes to paint it and get it ready and all that fun stuff. And I don't want to overdo it. Depends on how many Patreon uh, people subscribe into Patreon, because then they're paying for the extra money that what I'm saying is all my materials are paid for. So therefore I'm not really losing money by giving away a mask. And I'm helping you guys out, and everybody gets a chance at getting a good mask. Especially if you love the mask. If you're really going to love this mask, then you're gonna want a copy of it. And some people can't afford it, and I want to give them a chance to be able to get one. Nick Malpagano, man, I watch him do those giveaways, and he's really on the money with that. That's such a great way to promote your channel. It's a great way to promote your, you know, everything, everything that you're doing. So, good way to promote your business. You know, gives people a chance, and those who don't want to really wait for their lucky number to show up, they can always buy a mask if they have the money. So, that's how I'm going to do it, and it's going to be important for everybody. So. I have to set up the Patreon. I have the Patreon account already, but I just didn't, I don't really push it. I never advertise it. I never talk about it. But why not? If I can, pay for all my materials of what I'm doing every time and I start sharing my content, I openly share everything for you guys. You can see everything that I'm doing. I don't hide nothing every step of the way. That's why I do it live. And I'm also learning as I go as well. So I'm definitely not trying to keep secrets, that's for sure. No need to. I always look at it this way: if you can sculpt and you can do all this stuff, then you deserve to 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 be a mask maker. If you can do it all, that's the question. Not everybody can do this. So what am I hiding it? Why would I hide secrets? I don't. Most of the stuff I find out is I learn on my own because I do it. I tackle it. Some things I learn, and I always make sure that I tell people where I learned it, and I'm not, like I said. So, and also if there's any kind of like things that I know that like Nick Malpagano or anybody else I follow, they don't want anybody to know about it. If he tells me, no, don't share that, okay, man, I'm on it. I won't share it, especially if I learned it from him. I'm going to be taking art classes over this winter. And Stan Winston School of Art, that's where I'm learning it from. So it don't get no better than that. So I can't wait to get started with that. That's going to be fun. I'm holding off on that because I've been holding off because I really don't want to. I don't have time for classes right now. What I really need to do is get these masks done. I really have to focus on getting all 4 of these masks done, and then I can take my time on my next sculpture, because 4 or 5 of these masks are all Michael Myers. I want to get all the Michael Myers out of the way, and then from there I can go on to other projects and other types of costume making, cosplay, all that kind of fun stuff. I really want to do a lot of different things, not just Michael Myers. That is not my forte. Not going to be my main thing. I like Michael Myers. I love Michael Myers, but I
want to do this, and when I'm done, there will never be me making another Michael Myers mask once I have all my mask versions done. I will never go back to this. This will be the only one of its kind. I won't keep retooling. I won't make a new version. I already made up my mind to this. Once I get it perfect the way I really, really want it, and that's where I'm at, um, I'm going to make a 78, the 81, and the flashback will all be from this. It'll just be different paint jobs. That's it. And now this sculpture is going to be aged to look like the Halloween 2018, the kills and the ends. And there's going to be a concept ends the way the movie should have ended. That's my little dig at how bad this movie is. So my plan is to make my own concept ends mask. So let's see, you have this mask will be a based on paint job. It'll give you 3 masks. This particular sculpture right here. And then I'm going to age this sculpture to look like the 18, then the kills, then the ends, and then the concept. So in total, I'm making 5 masks from this sculpture. From this base sculpture will be 5 masks in total. And I will not do any more. Did I say concept into that? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah, 78, 81. Let me see, 78, 81 flashback. And then you're going to have H40 kills, ends, and ends concept. So actually, you're getting 7 masks from this main sculpture. 7 masks from this base sculpture. That's how that's that, and that'll be 7's my lucky number, and that's going to be the entire Michael Myers. That'll be the end of what I do with Michael Myers, and then from there I plan on going into all different projects. Now I think each one of these masks, as long as I don't damage the sculpture too much, when I demold it, it's only going to take me a couple of weeks to spit out the next version. So this is going to get instantly sculpted from here. This is going to get sculpted into the H40. And then from the H40, I'm going to do the kills. And then from the kills, I'm going to do the ends. And then I'm going to do the ends concept. And that's going to be it. I'm not doing any more sculptures. So there won't be any sculpting onto the Michael Myers. And then I'm just going to completely turn this into either a zombie or a scarecrow or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. But this is the backside of the mold. We're finished for the night, and tomorrow night or tomorrow during, later in the day, I'm gonna start working on the front half. I want to make sure the stone's somewhat cured before I go and do any more to the the front, before I do the front half. I want to make sure this is cured up really nice. All right, peace, everybody. Have a great night. See you tomorrow for round 2 of a 2-part mold on the Michael Myers Night Creeper 78 by Custom Corpses. Thanks a lot, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow, and we will complete this mold. Peace.